Welcome in for those of you who are just joining us. Today we're going to be working on some goblets. Right over there you can see some examples. So he's working on the cup of the goblet right now. So you can see he starts with a bubble, a clear bubble of glass. He's going to shape it up using the marver. He'll blow into it with the other end of the pipe. And my name is Lily. I'm your MC for today. If you have any questions, just let me know. You can just raise your hand and I'll get you. So Ben is using the tool called the jacks. This tool is used to create the connection point between the piece and the pipe. We had a question about how hot does the furnace get? So there are two furnaces that we can talk about. We have one, the chamber of glass right over there, that sits at 2100 degrees. It goes 24/7. And then we have the reheating chamber right over there that sits at around 2000 degrees. And then we have our pieces over there. Those are the annealers. Those sit at 900 degrees, and those are functioning to cool down the piece overnight. So that's what that does. Question? So we're restarting the process of gathering up the glass. The glass is going to be starting from that chamber right over there. That sits at 2100 degrees and it holds about 1,000 pounds of glass. Could we see the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
On the bench here, you can see that Gabe is blowing into the pipe. This allows the air to travel through the pipe and out the other end to expand the bubble that we're making. So right now, Ben is opening up the lip of the cup. He'll be reheating it and then using the jacks to push that glass out. And then this wooden tool is called the protrophies. These are used to create the more squatty look of the cup that you see. For the people who have just joined us, we're making some goblets for our Red Hot auction. This auction happens annually. We're starting out with the cup part of the goblet. Could we see some of the pieces that have been made for our auction in the past, please? Right now, Ben at the middle bench is working on creating the jack line. This is going to be where we knock the piece off of the pipe. Now Sarah is gathering out of our furnace. This sits at 2100 degrees and holds the clear glass that we're using. She's going to be bringing that piece over to Ben. Ben's going to be sticking that piece onto the bottom of the cup. And this is called the ovolio. So it ultimately will be what we use to attach each piece to each other. And Gabe over here is starting the process called the punty. The punty is the piece that we use to transfer one piece to one pipe. So we will be sticking that onto the bottom of the cup. Then we will transfer that piece onto the pipe so we can work on opening up the other side of the cup. So for the people who are just joining us, welcome in. We're making some goblets for our Red Hot auction. I'm your MC. My name is Lily. If you have any questions, you can just raise your hand, let me know. We're starting on the cup portion of the goblet right now. The process that you just saw was using a piece called the Sophie. This allows us to expand the walls of the cup and blow into it after we've transferred it off of the pipe. Ben is going in with his jacks. This is going to be going against the walls of the cup in order to make them straight. Ben is using a piece called the Protrophes. These are wooden jacks, and these are sitting in water. And this allows Ben to open up the piece from the bottom so then it can make the piece a little bit more squatty. Once we finish up this cup part, we're going to be knocking it off and we're going to be placing it into the garage right over here. This keeps the glass at 900 degrees, so it still is warm enough for us to bring back out and work with, but it's not hot enough for it to be malleable and sticky like it is when we first gather it out. Ben at the middle bench here is creating the piece that is the cup of the goblet. He's using various tools. Right now he's using the jacks to grab the piece of the glass that is called the ovolio. This ultimately will be where the connection between the piece of the cup, the seahorse, which you can see right over here, and the foot of the goblet will be. And now Sarah is going to be gathering out of our chamber of glass as well. She's going to be creating a piece called the punty. The punty is when we will take that piece that's on the pipe right now, we will be transferring that piece onto the pipe that Sarah has. You can notice that Ben is always keeping the glass hot and is reheating it in this reheating chamber. This chamber sits at 2100 or about 2300 degrees, and it just continues to keep the glass malleable. This is essential because if we do let the glass cool down too much, it is susceptible to cracking. So. We are loading this piece into the garage right here. It'll keep it at 900 degrees. And then we're going to start this process over again. There are some basics in glass blowing that I'll tell you about. So we have the furnace here. It's a large ceramic tank that holds up to 1,000 pounds of the hot glass. This glass is always clear. You will be dipping the steel pipe into this furnace. I would describe the consistency of the glass in the furnace to that of honey. So we always have to keep the pipe rotating, because if you imagine honey, if you stop rotating the pipe, it'll just drip down. So we always keep that rotating so it stays on the pipe. Once the bubble is shaped, they will be popping that bubble typically. Right now I think Ben is creating something different. So this process is called creating a foot. This is going to be what the piece is going to be sitting on, so it's the base of the piece. So Gabe right over here is gathering out of our furnace. He's going to be shaping the piece using the marver. He's going to then pop that bubble to create a bubble. So he's blowing air in through one end of the tube, capping the piece, so then all that air gets trapped into the pipe and shoots up into the other end. He's using the jacks to create a jack line. And then he will be bringing it to Ben and placing it onto this piece that Ben has that's called the ovolio. He will be blowing as Ben places the piece and cuts it with the straight shears. He will then cut off the excess glass. And we can open up this piece using the jacks. We're going to press against the piece to create that foot, that flat foot. And in the garage right over here sits the seahorses that we're going to be attaching to this foot. So they'll bring the pieces out from the garage once this foot is made. We are doing a combination of using the jacks as well as the paddle just to create this ideal foot shape. Once it is shaped to their liking, they're going to be punting the piece. This means that the other end of the piece is accessible, so we can put the seahorse in there. Sarah has the punty. Ben is going to be attaching the punty to the bottom of the foot. Gabe is bringing Ben a little bit of hot glass. This is going to act as the glue between the piece, between the foot and the seahorse. For the folks who are just joining us, we're working on a goblet right now. So we have the foot of the glass as well as the seahorse. The next step is going to be attaching the cup. And my name is Lily. I'm your MC for today, so if you have any questions, just let me know. Now we're just working on centering this piece, and we're going to get ready to knock it off. We will be placing it in our annealer. This is where we slowly cool down the piece over a 24-hour period. And let's give our team a round of applause for that piece. For those of you who are just joining us, I can tell you a little bit about the basics of glass blowing. We have the chamber right over there. This is a chamber that holds a clear glass. This sits at 2100 degrees and holds about 1,000 pounds of glass. This furnace runs 24/7. Then we have the reheating chamber. That chamber is right over there, and this is going to be used to keep the glass malleable. This one sits at 2100 to 2300 degrees. And here at the museum, we have a special program for kids 12 and under. We have our Kids Design Glass program. This is where a kid can submit a drawing, and then it'll be chosen at the end of the month, and they will make a piece for you, and they'll make a piece for the museum. Could we see the Kids Design Glass video, please?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids' design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
Right now we are working on the cup portion of the goblet, so you can see an example right over here. Ben is using a piece called the jacks. These are used to create the line between the piece and the pipe. Ultimately, that will be where we are disconnecting the piece from the pipe. And if you have any questions, just raise your hand and let me know. Sarah gathered out of our furnace, and now she's bringing a piece called the Avolio. This is going to be the connection between the seahorse and the cup. And now Gabe is gathering another piece. This is called the punty. The punty is the piece that we use to transfer one piece from one pipe to the other. Ben is now tweezing out the lip of the cup. And then he's using the straight shears to cut away the excess, so then the lip of the goblet is thinner. He will then reheat the piece, and then he will use the jacks to open up the lip of the piece. So you can notice that the artist is reheating the piece in the reheating chamber, or the glory hole. This sits at 2100 degrees or 2300 degrees. Could we see the glory hole slide, please? This is used to keep the glass malleable. Once it cools down to around 900 degrees, we aren't able to shape the glass anymore. And the glory hole doesn't contain any glass, it's just the furnace that has the glass. We're going to start this process again. We're gathering out of our clear glass furnace. And Ben is going to be shaping the glass using the piece called the marver. That's that table that you see there. He's going to be popping the bubble. So the process of popping the bubble is blowing through the pipe. Then you use your thumb to trap that air into the pipe. It'll shoot out the other side and expand the walls of that bubble. to learn a little bit more about the furnace, could we see the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Right now they are making these goblets here. So we're starting off with the cup portion of the piece. We have other pieces. We have the seahorses that you can see right there. They're in the garage. The garage sits at 900 degrees. It keeps those pieces warm enough for us to bring out onto the floor, but not warm enough for it to be malleable. Ben is using a tool called the Protrophies. Those are sitting in the water. Those are wood, and they're used similar to the jacks, which is the metal tool, and those are used to open up the cup. Now Ben is using the jacks to tap off that excess piece of glass that he doesn't need. He's going to be using the diamond shears to hold that piece, and Gabe is going to be knocking it off using the back of the tweezers. We're using a combination of the jacks as well as the paddle to create this foot. Once it's at the ideal shape that we want, Sarah is going to be gathering a bit of glass for the puntee. The puntee technique is a process that we use to transfer one piece from one pipe to the other. And this will allow us to ultimately connect the foot to the seahorse. Out of the garage comes the seahorse. We're going to be using the tweezers to attach this piece onto the foot. Going to reheat it in the reheating chamber. We used a little bit of clear hot glass to act as a glue between the seahorse and the cup. Now that the piece is fully combined, we can straighten the piece out and get it ready to be loaded into our kiln. This is called the annealer. The annealer will cool down the piece over a period of 24 hours. These goblets are for the Red Hot auction that happens annually. Can we see some of the pieces that they've made in the past for that auction? And now that piece will be cooled down over a period of 24 hours. Could we give them a round of applause for that piece, please? So we're going between using the jacks and using the paddle to kind of create this almost mold for the foot. Once it's to the desired shape that we want, we're going to be starting a puntee. Sarah's going to be starting that puntee over there. She's gathering out of our clear glass furnace. The puntee is a process that we use to transfer one piece from one pipe to the other so we can work on the other side of the piece. And my name is Lily. If you have any questions, you can just raise your hand and let me know. Now that we have this piece on a separate pipe, we can go ahead and add some clear glass onto the other end. This is going to act as a sort of glue for the piece to stick on to the other piece, which is the seahorse. So you can see there's an avolio right here, but then above that there's also another bit of clear glass that's going to be the glue. So now Sarah is going to be grabbing the seahorse out of the garage. The garage sits at 900 degrees, and it just allows us to pull the pieces out from that garage and work with them so we don't have to put them fully away. Ben will be grabbing this seahorse with the tweezers and placing it onto the piece. The next step in the process is to grab the cup, so that's the top of the piece. We're going to be grabbing that out of the same garage that we were just grabbing the seahorse out of. And for those of you who are just joining us, we're making these goblets right over here. These goblets are pieces that we are going to be auctioning at the Red Hot auction that we have annually. This auction produces about 50% of our profit. Could we see some of the pieces that they've made in the past, please? So again, we're bringing over that bit of clear glass. And then we're going to be placing the cup onto the piece. Now we're going to straighten out this piece in anticipation for loading it into our annealer. The annealers are right over here on these opposite sides, as well as some down at the bottom here. And these are going to slowly cool down the piece over a period of 24 hours. Get a round of applause for that piece being finished, please. While they're taking a break, I'll tell you about some of the processes of glass blowing. So we have the furnace right over here. This is where we keep the molten clear glass. This sits at 2100 degrees and goes 24/7. We have the glory hole, or the reheating chamber. Could we see the glory hole diagram, please? This is where we keep the glass hot and we keep flashing it and heating it up. There's no glass that is in that piece other than the glass that we're working on, but in the furnace right over here, that's where we keep the glass. And then we gather the glass using our steel pipes. I would describe gathering glass similar to gathering up honey, so you always want to keep the piece rotating in order for the piece to stay on that pipe. To learn a little bit more about the furnace, could we see the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
At the museum, we have a bunch of different programs. We have things like the Kids Design Glass program, where you can submit a drawing. The kid will make that drawing, and then the people who are in the hot shop, they'll pick one of them every month. They'll make a piece for the museum as well as a piece for the child. So that's pretty cool. Another thing that we have is a book club. Right now we are reading Bewilderment, and I think that tomorrow we have a meeting at University Place Pierce County Library, so that's pretty cool. If you want any information about that, I have some flyers here for you. Looks like we're going to start back up on our pieces. So we are going to be making some goblets here today. We have our example of the goblet right here. These pieces will be auctioned at the Red Hot auction. That's our annual auction that we have. Could we see some pieces that have been made in the past for the auction, please? My name is Lily. I'll be your MC for today. If you have any questions, you can just feel free to raise your hand. I'll get to you. We're starting out the piece with a blown bubble. We'll gather out of the molten glass furnace, and then we will be popping this bubble. So you will trap the air into the pipe by capping your thumb over the pipe. This will release all the air up into the pipe and shoot it out the other end. Goblet making requires a bunch of different tools. So you can see that Ben is using the tool called the jacks. This is a very prominent tool in glass blowing. It's used to create things like the jack line, which is the line between the pipe and the piece. We are creating that jack line right now. And this is ultimately going to be the lip of the piece. You can see that Gabe is blowing through the other end of the pipe. Sarah just gathered out of our clear glass furnace. This furnace sits at 2100 degrees and it goes 24/7. And now Gabe is creating a piece called the punty. The punty is used to transfer one piece of glass from one pipe to the next. And this allows us to open up the lip of the cup. So Ben will be grabbing that pipe, placing it onto the ovolio that we created. Now we will be tweezing the glass so that it will stretch out the lip. This allows for the lip to be thinner. Ben is now cutting the glass with the straight shears. This will just cut off the excess glass that we aren't going to be using. And you can see that they are always reheating this piece in the reheating chamber or the glory hole. Could we see the glory hole diagram, please? So the reheating chamber sits at 2100 degrees, and it's powered by gas. Right now, Ben is using the jacks to open up the piece. He's also using a tool called the protrophes, which is wood that's soaked in water. This is used to make the bottom of the cup a little bit more squatty. Once this piece is finished, we'll be placing it into the garage. That's where we keep our pieces at 900 degrees, so they're still warm enough so we don't have to bring them back up to temperature, but they are cold enough so then they're not malleable. And we can heat them back up using the glory hole. For the people who are just joining us, I can give you a little overview of the glass blowing process. Could we see the furnace slide, please? So the furnace is a large ceramic tank that holds up to 1,000 pounds of hot glass. It sits at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. When we are gathering the glass, it is a steel pipe that we dip into the furnace. This will act almost like honey, so you always have to keep the piece turning. After the artist gathers a small bit of glass, they will be blowing into the end of the piece. They will be capping the piece with their thumb, the pipe, and that will trap all the air in the pipe, allowing the bubble to expand. You can see that the assistant is blowing into the pipe, which will expand the bubble. And Ben at the center bench is creating the initial jack line. This is a line that is the disconnection between the pipe and the piece. And my name is Lily. I'm your MC for today. If you have any questions, just let me know. You can just raise your hand, let me know. You will notice that the artist continues to flash the piece in the reheating chamber. This is called the glory hole. Could we please see the glory hole slide? Sarah just gathered a bit of clear glass, and now they are placing that onto the bottom of the cup. This is called the ovolio. This is the connection point between the cup and the seahorse that you can see right here, because this is what we're making. And then Gabe right over there is making the piece called the punty. The punty is a technique that we use to transfer one piece from a pipe to the other pipe so we can work on the other side of the piece. Now that we've knocked off that piece, we can start to open up the lip of the cup. So Ben is just straightening out this piece with the tweezers. And then we'll start to heat up the lip in the glory hole. And we'll use a combination of both the jacks and the trophies to open up the lip. The jacks are the pieces that you saw that we used to create the jack line. The trophies are similar to the jacks, they're just wood. They're soaked in water and they're used to open up the bottom of the piece. Now we're using a tool called the Sophie. This allows us to blow into the piece and expand the walls even more, even when the piece is off of the blowpipe. We now will be loading this cup into the garage. This is where it's going to stay at 900 degrees so we can bring it back out when we're ready to assemble the full goblet. We are now going to start this process again. So Ben will be gathering out of the furnace. This will get him an amount of glass. He's going to be using the marver to shape up that piece to cool down the sides of the glass so then just the inside is hot. He'll start to blow and then cap that air into the pipe. That's going to release all the air up into the glass and it's going to expand the walls of the bubble. To learn a little bit more about the furnace, could we show the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
We can see that Ben is using the tool called the jacks. These allow him to create the jack line. This is the disconnection between the pipe and the piece. We can also see that he is reheating the glass in our reheating chamber. This chamber is called the glory hole, and it rests at 2100 degrees or 2300 degrees. Just depends on the piece that we're making. We are now using the back of the jacks to flatten the bottom of the cup. And you can see that Gabe is also blowing on the other end of the pipe. Now Sarah, gathering out of our furnace, is going to be grabbing a piece of glass. This is going to act as glue. And this is the ovolio of a goblet. This is a technical term for the connection between the cup and the seahorse that we're making over here, because this is the piece that we're going to be making. We have the seahorses in the garage right here. They're up to temperature. So probably after lunch we'll be assembling a goblet, and you can see that. Now Gabe is going to be creating the punty. The punty is the process of transferring one piece from one pipe to the other piece. Now that we've gotten the lip of the cup hot, we're going to be using the tweezers to tweeze out the lip. Then Ben will be using the straight shears to cut away the excess glass and to thin out this lip. The next step is to use the Sophie. This is a tool that we use to blow into the glass, and we can expand the walls of the glass even after we have transferred it onto a punty rod instead of a blowpipe. Now we will be using a combination of the jacks and the partrophes. The jacks are the tool that Ben is using right now, and this is used to open up the top of the lip. And the partrophes are used to open up the bottom of the cup. The partrophes are a wooden tool that is soaked in water. Once the piece is at the desired shape, they will be loading it into the garage where it's going to stay at 900 degrees. Then after lunch, they will combine all the pieces of the goblet. So it looks like we will be assembling a goblet now, right before lunch. So they are going to be gathering up some glass. This is going to be another ovolio. So we are creating the foot of the goblet right now. So you can see that this is the foot. Once this Avolio is set up, then Gabe will grab a bubble of glass. He'll pop a bubble and then serve it to Ben, where Ben will then cut it off onto this Avolio and then shape it up into a foot. So again, the process of popping a bubble is when you would blow air into the piece, into the pipe. You would trap that air with your thumb. That'll shoot all that hot air up into the piece, expanding the walls of the bubble. As Gabe brings this bubble, he's going to be blowing. And then Ben will be cutting the piece with his straight shears. Now Ben is using the jacks to open up this foot. He's going to be going straight up and down with those jacks to create a really flat foot. And for those of you who are just joining us, we're making some seahorse goblets for our red hot auction that we have every year. Could we see some of the pieces that we've made for our past auctions, please? Once the foot is to the standard that they want it to be, they're going to be grabbing the puntee. And the puntee is the piece that we use to transfer the piece from one pipe to the next. This allows us to work on the other side of the piece. And for those of you who are new, my name is Lily, and if you have any questions, you can just raise your hand and let me know. So now that the piece is on a different pipe, Gabe can gather a bit of glass. He's going to be serving it to Ben. And this will act as the glue between the seahorse and the post and the foot. So we're just looking to get it on center, and then we will bring another bit of glue for the piece, and then we will be grabbing the cup out of the garage and placing that onto the goblet. Now we're just looking to get it on center again, and then we will be loading it into our annealers. The annealers are on these sides of the shop right here. We also have a few that are down below, right there. And these are going to be cooling the piece down slowly over a 24-hour period. This allows the glass to acclimatize instead of having a thermal shock of the piece. And then we can give them a nice round of applause for the finishing of that piece. And we're going to go to lunch now. We'll be back in about an hour. So, of course. Yeah.
this afternoon we're going to do like a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of like get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that, they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, you know, as an artist, it's just, you know, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, you know, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. You know, I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon. So like childhood cartoons and like old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and you know, with a mixture of like these black and white stripes and these crazy like busy patterns. Glass was like a wide open lane. Like when I first started blowing glass, just doing research on like famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So like my search results generated like Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are like my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that that needs to change. So instead of like looking into them, it's just like becoming one myself. I was like, so it's like a beam. Like I usually like make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But you know, I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's like it's not funky enough, you know. So like making it a little more funky, like adding like this crazy wild pattern and like some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy, and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and cane, and then the Encamo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, the team background, is that cane or is that opaque?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color, so the first color type effect. And then also like playing into like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper, so like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like those, my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation, so we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes, and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis will do, and they're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 20, 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, there are facets and things like that, and for me it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadizada Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural, our cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's, it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing and make marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 days, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondelles. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make a large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondelles we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondelles where it's kind of like a texture, look like moss. It's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondelles. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to go back to the material what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So they just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom could be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It was very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it'd be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together. So as the neon went through it, optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
they are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color up. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too thick.
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
soft. Ooh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pulse. We'll get better.
Exactly. And for polls These are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like the tube should be about that big.
Yeah, 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right? This is a smaller thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like?
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah, it could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. I'm just, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. What would have? I'd kind
It
of.
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just.
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap. Jay.
My name is Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. They're some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. The patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny, when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand. So when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I start glass blowing, I always do figurative objects because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories, and when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's gonna be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first start, glass color are very expensive, and I've started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned, and I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Robin, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like pre-teeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive, to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. but I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least, and so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glassblowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
make it. Yeah.
So can I make?
Yes. Yep.
Be snappy.
Look at that bottom. Yeah, sure. Yeah, just once is fine.
Just gonna go once.
Awesome.
Can I touch those?
Yeah, totally.
What are you gonna touch, Ben? We're good. Touch those two together when we come off. Okay. We got a little time.
You say when?
Do you want to touch those or not? No, because I need to take that out. I'll try to touch that. 3 on the right, Eden. Well, hard. Wait for this. Maybe I can pull it out, make a touch here, and curl. Or do you want me to keep it free floating?
What about if you like bring it like across, bring it across these ones?
Bring it over the top?
Yeah. See
Let
the
it
sound?
touch?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you just stand by on the hot chart?
Yeah, totally.
Stop.
Attachment thing has like some element that is like coordinating whatever, or like drilling holes and putting like brass like fittings through, or I don't know, like seeing as how they're hollow, that makes that a lot easier.
Yeah. Way stronger, lighter.
Yeah, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Thing, but maybe it's like black on the outside, but they put like gold inside it, and the light like reflects off of the gold, and then like does stuff around it and things like that.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a cool idea. I'd have one of these in my house.
Sicky.
You know?
Well, see what happens. The two whites. Yeah, just they're two pieces. So like one of the whites with white cana, and then the other.
Oh, the white on the.
It's opaline.
Do you want to use that first?
Yeah.
Okay. So
and then
opaline and white cane.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then the second one will be the next white and white cane.
Okay.
That's kind of like a milky white.
So I'm getting ready for a show in the fall at St. Louis Art Museum, and I'm trying to work through these apothecary vessels. So they're sort of multi-part blown glass pieces. I just told Nick that I saw one at the Corning Museum that was 4 feet high. So we'll see how much we can sort of pull off there. But they do have sort of different stands and displays. It was meant to signal to people who were illiterate that this was a pharmacy. So I'm interested in that sort of aspect of form and color and messaging, and how that sort of relates to conversations around healing today. Some sketches with colored glass, and I ordered some colored glass that arrived yesterday. So I think some of them will have colored glass, but today we're starting with mostly clear glass. The photographs are much better than my drawings, but hopefully we'll knock out some of these. As you can see, a lot of them have like colored liquid in them. So that will be the second phase after the hot shop experiment. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Jabari, for really making this happen. We met probably, 15 years ago in New York City when Jabari was at Mokata. So I'm really happy to be part of the show, and thank you to everyone who made this show happen, and thank you for bringing me out.
I'm Preston Singletary, and I'm from Seattle, Washington, working here at the Museum of Glass. This week I'm working on this bust, which will be incorporated into a larger sculpture. There's an example over here of this bust form with the sort of the head and the hat, something I developed for the show and made. Actually haven't made very many more of them because there's so much work. And so they are ancestral figures, so just sort of bringing kind of like a human element into, you know, sort of this sculptural form. I'm going to take advantage of the larger glory hole and make some more proportionate bust forms. Friday, I'm having Dante Marioni come, and we're going to work on a few things together, our sort of ongoing collaborations. Dave Walters is going to help me working on these cylinder forms. Yeah, whatever you think would be good for firing. Yeah.
Yeah, these shapes are the ideal shapes to fire.
Yeah. It's a way of working. You know, I'm very heavily influenced by modernism and, you know, Henry Moore and Calder and, you know, that whole modernist era. And because in a lot of cases they were really inspired by, you know, indigenous art, Native American art. So I found that kind of fascinating. So I was kind of juxtaposing that and trying to take inspiration from the things that they made. Over this, you know, however long I've been working with this style, native style, it started in like 1988, and I really put my foot down in about 95 to develop it as far as I can. And so then I started playing with these kind of abstractions and sort of modern kind of a take on the traditional art. Well, you know, I started, you know, as a glass maker, just blowing glass, and, you know, really into the process of, you know, blowing things and controlling the material as best I could. But then when I turned to my cultural background, it really opened up a lot of doors for me, but I also had to kind of relearn, rethink my approach to the material. And so it really led me on this path, which caused me to think about things that were a lot more figurative and narrative, because that ties in with the mythology of the Tlingit tribe. So then I started to, you know, when I came up with the Raven in the Box of Daylight exhibition, which is traveling, you know, then that is, you know, was a big exploration into the mythology and the symbolism behind the story itself, and then how could I represent that with objects and tell the story in this, you know, in this experiential way. And now I'm sort of on to the next chapter, like, okay, Raven did all these things in ancient history, so what's he up to now?
My name is Ade Jean-Baptiste, and I'm from Westchester, New York. My work kind of tackles this idea of these creatures moving through this landscape. They're oftentimes a metaphor for the feeling of otherness. So it kind of is a metaphor for my own personal experience of maybe not being like the first one to land. My parents are immigrants. They immigrated to the U.S. during the 80s, but this kind of second generation that is kind of both kind of part of this other culture that is not American, but trying to fit into this American culture, which is with these aliens, it's the same thing. These aliens, they can't be human, they will always be alien, but they're kind of co-opting parts of human culture. So you can kind of see in some of the figures, the clothing that they wear, even sometimes the expressions and the kind of the funky things that I add to them that kind of push that narrative further. Color is really, really important in my work. I like to use the strongest opacity of color possible. Growing up, my color was always around me. It kind of ties into growing up in a very, or adjacent to an urban environment and thinking about graffiti culture and things like that, where color is a huge part. It also is a way to kind of signify ourselves. I think my philosophy on art, it comes from a lot of different places. I would say that a lot of it comes from a place of conversation and community. So a huge part of my work, while I do have a huge artistic practice, I have a huge social practice. I wouldn't be here standing today without a larger community. Even just the flight out here, I was supported by Hilltop Artists, and I did a residency with them a week before. Even all the color bar that I have for this residency, I was sponsored by Olympic Color Rods. Shout out to them, they're amazing. And so I think that at its core, art for me is community. What even brought me into thinking about concepts of community was coming from a place of wanting to see more of myself within the hot shop space. During my undergraduate time, I ended up working with my professor, and we collaborated on a series called the Black Glass Artist Series, where we bring in artists who are coming from the Afro diaspora to Alfred, New York to do a week-long residency where they get to make their work as well as collaborate with students. For me, that was really important because it came out of time through a lot of pain within the African American community here in the US during everything that was happening during BLM, and for a larger part of the US, them starting to kind of wake up and be like, gee willikers, like this is an issue. And so kind of utilizing people's kind of empathy toward that and kind of holding their feet to the fire, and like, if this is something that you're passionate about, donating money and working together. I was very fortunate to have Thurman Statham come down for our first auction and help donate some of his pieces and even be an auctioneer. And so I think that's another reason why I'm so drawn to community, is because of how that series was able to shape my collegiate experience.
Hello everybody, my name is Katie and I'll be your MC for the day. I'll start by just giving you all a basic overview of the glass blowing process. So everything we do in the hot shop starts in the furnace. You might have just seen Gabe gather a gather of glass out of the furnace. Can we please see the furnace slide? The furnace is a large ceramic tank that holds up to 1,000 pounds of glass and rests at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Dipping a steel pipe into the furnace is just like dipping a spoon into a jar of honey. Glass contains a certain viscosity that allows it to adhere to itself and lets us build up layers of glass. After the artist gathers a small amount of glass, he'll then blow into the pipe to create a bubble. All of the glass in the furnace is clear, and color is applied in a few different ways. Today we'll be doing the clear goblets today. So today we're creating the goblets for the annual Red Hot auction. You can see an example of the goblet right here on the light box to your right. Every year, an annual exclusive goblet and decanter are designed. Can we please see the year's past decanters and goblets? Can we please see some of the past examples of goblets and decanters? So here on the screen you can see some of our past designs here in the hot shop. So each year they make a limited edition design, each unique in their own way. If you can see on the light box, today we're doing a seahorse stem design that the artist will attach to the foot and the cup. If you're interested in learning more about Red Hot, you can learn more at museumofglass.org. Our annual Red Hot Gala happens every year around September 20 to the 21st. Once again, my name is Katie. I'm your MC today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. So what you're seeing right now is Sarah attaching a piece of glass to the bottom of the cup. This allows the artist to later attach the stem design, the seahorse, to the cup. Can we please see the glory hole slide? You'll notice the glass artist keeps using the glory hole as a reheating chamber to keep the glass warm. The glory hole doesn't contain any glass and sits at about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. The glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air, and we use this to keep the glass warm so that it doesn't break, crack, or explode. great question. So today we're making the goblets for the annual Red Hot auction. You can see an example right here on the light box. It has a cup and there's a seahorse design as the stem. And here on the bottom we have the clear glass foot that's attached, holding it all together. This design is a limited edition design. So each year we create a new unique design to be sold at the Red Hot auction. The Red Hot auction is our main fundraiser for the year, so if you would like to support, you can learn more at museumofglass.org. So what you just saw on the middle bench, Ben used a tool called the Sophie to blow up the glass from inside. Once the glass is on the punty rod, you can no longer blow through it through the blowpipe, so we have to use a separate tool to push air into the glass so the walls will expand and become thinner. Now Ben is using a tool that we call the jacks to shape the exterior and the interior of the cup. So now Ben and Gabe are using the Partrovies and the paddle to create sort of a molded shape to get nice straight walls and a very flat lip. Ben just knocked off the cup of that goblet onto that metal tray where it'll rest in the garage. So the garage is like an oven that we use to save parts of the glass for later in the process so we can assemble the goblet all at the end. Once again, you guys, my name is Katie, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. So what you just saw was Gabe used a piece of glass fresh from the furnace, a fresh gather, to put onto the seahorse on this contraption that we call a roller wrap. So it stabilizes the pipe as we turn. And that allows us to get very thin, even lines of glass that surround the seahorse. So it's a little hard to see from here, but you'll notice if you see it up close, there is a wrap texture on the seahorse. So with the texture of the mold creating vertical lines down the seahorse and the roller wrap creating the horizontal lines, when we heat it up in the glory hole, it creates the beautiful crosshatch pattern that you see on a seahorse. So I just got a good question. How is he able to touch the pipe with his bare hands? So you'll notice about halfway down the pipe, that's where his hand is placed. So typically when you're blowing glass, the glass on the end it's very hot and that heat travels down. But because it's such a small amount of glass on the pipe, the heat isn't traveling so far down that it is burning his hands. If you were to put his hand maybe 10 inches up, it would definitely burn, but we use the pipe warmer that you can see right over here. This is basically just a little machine. We press the pedal and the water comes up and cools the pipe down, and that is how we keep our hands warm while our hands cool while glass blowing. So Sarah just applied a small amount of glass onto the very bottom of that seahorse. That little piece of glass will act like a little piece of glue to attach to the stem, to the bulb and the foot later on in the process. So inside this black box right here, we have some gold leaf laid out on the surface. Gabe just rolled over that gold leaf, picking it up on the piece of glass, and is now putting it onto the seahorse to get a nice flaky gold texture on the fins. So now Sarah attaches this small piece of glass that is marbled on the pipe called a punty. This punty allows us to break the piece of glass off from that pipe onto a separate pipe so we can work on the other side of the glass. So there Gabe just applied a small piece of glass to the tip of the tail and Ben snipped it with the straight shears. This accentuates the pointy tail and creates the nice shape for the seahorse. So here Gabe brings over the tray so that Ben can carefully knock this seahorse off and set it into the garage to rest for later. So there, Gabe and Sarah just applied a piece of glass to the side of the seahorse's head to create that striped detailing.
You guys are kind of far away, but.
So now Gabe is preheating the metal tray because metal is very, when it's cold, it's very shocking to the glass. And if he were just going to put the hot the hot glass seahorse directly onto the cool tray, it would shack and create small, tiny stress fractures, or it might even just explode entirely. So it's important to heat the tray up before we put the seahorse on, so it stays nice and protected and goes straight into the garage where it'll all be assembled shortly. It's a Sophietta or Sophietta. Because I keep hearing Sophietta because I keep hearing differently. Yeah, but I'm like, I don't know. So here Gabe just gathered out of the furnace once again to create the foot of the goblet. If you can see on the light box over there, we've already created the top bulb part and the stem part. So now we're working on that foot, which will be connected to each piece. Right here, Gabe is using the tool called the jacks to create the jack line in the piece. So the jack line functions as the initial constriction point to where we'll break the glass off later. So shortly in this process, Gabe is going to serve this piece of glass onto the small bit of glass that connects it before blowing in to seal that connection and chopping it off with the straight shears. So here Ben is using the jacks again to open up the foot of the cup so that it'll rest gently on the table. Goblets for the annual Red Hot auction. So that's like our main fundraiser of the year. So that's I think you're in the best spot right here in the middle. So here Sarah just attached a piece of glass onto the bottom of a foot called a punty. The punty allows us to transfer the glass from one rod to another so that we can work on the other side of that piece of glass. So we're about to begin the process of assembling the actual goblet. So they've just attached a piece of glass onto the foot that acts as a little piece of glue to kind of seal the seahorse and the foot together. After that, they'll apply another piece of glass at the top that'll act like the glue for the seahorse and the bulb. So here Sarah's bringing over the seahorse stem on the metal tray so they can attach it to the foot. Ben gives the piece a flash in the glory hole to keep everything the same temperature so that it'll survive later on. That's a great question. So the glory holes that the glass blowers use to heat up the glass rest from about 2100 degrees to about 2300 degrees, so somewhere in that range. So here Sarah's just applying that piece of glass that'll act like the glue to connect the seahorse to the bulb. Gabe very gently knocks off the punty from the inside of the cup to give us our full goblet assembled. So here on the bench, Ben will spend some time just straightening and heating the goblet so that it'll survive after it gets put in the annealer. So here Gabe is preheating this tool that we call the goblet fork that we use to transfer the goblet from the punty into the furnace later. So when it comes to making goblets and glass blowing, everything has to be just right. Like the temperature and the connections all have to be just the right temperature and amount of stuck together. So that's a really hard balance to find. So it's very common for goblets to either break from the connection. This can be for a lot of different reasons, but although in the Museum of Glass, this doesn't happen too often because our glass blowers are very experienced. So you guys kind of are getting this is a special event that you guys just got to see. Should you? So our glass blowers are getting right back into the process of creating the next goblet. So everything we make here in the hot shop starts in the furnace. Can we please see the furnace diagram? The furnace is a large ceramic tank that holds up to 1,000 pounds of hot glass and rests at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Dipping a steel pipe into the furnace is sort of like dipping a spoon into a jar of honey. Glass has a certain level of viscosity that allows it to adhere to itself and build up layers. So here Gabe just marvers that glass that he gathered from the furnace on the marver. This is just shaping the glass into the correct shape so that when he blows into it and caps it with his thumb, the air flows right up to the top of that glass and expands into a bubble. That's a great question. So I just got a great question. The glassblowers are not wearing gloves. So they do this because wearing gloves would limit their dexterity when working with the glass, and that's very important to both the quality of the product and their own safety. So to keep the pipes cool, they have to be careful about cooling the pipes periodically with the pipe cooler that you can see over on the right side of the hot shop over here. It's just a little machine that when we press down the pedal, it spits water up like a drinking fountain. That cools the metal of the pipe so that the glass blowers can handle it safely. When working with small amounts of glass like this, that isn't much of an issue because the mass is pretty small. So right now, Ben is creating the foot of the goblet. As you just saw, he used the tool called the jacks he put the blade inside of the vessel and just opens it up at an angle, which creates that nice angled foot that you see on the table over there. So once again, we are creating goblets for the annual Red Hot auction that is our museum's main fundraiser of the year. Every year, an annual exclusive goblet and decanter are designed for the auction. Can we please see the examples of the past goblets and decanters? So here's some of our past designs. Each one is unique in its own way and equally beautiful. Over here on the light box, you can see the design for the seahorse goblet and the decanters that will be sold at this year's Red Hot auction. If you're interested in learning more about the auction, you can find more information at museumofglass.org. Our annual Red Hot Gala happens every September around the 20th to the 21st. So here Sarah is just applying a little piece of glass on the rod called a punty. The punty allows us to transfer a piece of glass from one rod to another so that we can work on the opposite side of the glass.
What do you guys do with the kids' art once like it's been displayed for a while? What
I believe it goes into storage. After the artists create the kids' art, they do two pieces. So they give one to the kid and they give one to the gallery. So I believe they go into storage. But yeah, that's a good question. I never thought about that before.
Yeah, I was wondering.
So here at the Museum of Glass, we have a special program for kids through the age of 12. Kids Design Glass was created to inspire the youth to create like fine artists do here in the Hot Shop. Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make two pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like in the inside, it's all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old. And you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
Kids Design Glass applications are available in the Grand Hall at the Visitor Center Service Desk. Children 12 years and younger are encouraged to apply. So here you'll see once again Gabe is creating the foot of the goblet that will be then attached to the small piece of glass on the center bench. As Gabe attaches the foot of the glass onto the piece, he'll blow into it to help the glass expand and stick better to that piece of glass. So here they just use the diamond shears and the tweezers to cut off that extra piece of glass that they don't need. So here Ben is just using the jacks to open the foot of the cup so that it is flat and can sit on the table. Can we please see the glory hole slide? You will notice the glass artist uses the glory hole as a reheating chamber to keep the glass warm. The glory hole doesn't contain any glass and is at about 21 to 2300 degrees. The glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air, and we use it to keep the glass at a comfortable temperature so it doesn't crack, break, or explode in the open air. Once again, you guys, my name is Katie, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about today's goblet process. So right here, Gabe just applied a small piece of glass onto the bottom of the foot, and this will act as a piece of glue to attach the stem onto the foot. So here Sarah just pulled the seahorse stem out of the garage so that Ben can attach it to that piece of glass. We use the garage kind of like an oven to preheat the glass and keep it at a nice temperature so we can preserve it for later, just like this seahorse. So here Sarah is applying another piece of glass that is acting as the glue holding the seahorse to the bulb shape. Once Ben attaches that on, Gabe just gives a very delicate tap to the pipe to release that puntee from the cup. So now what you see is the finished goblet design. Here Ben will just spend a little bit of time adjusting the piece to make sure it is up to the highest degree of quality. These goblets and decanters on display here will be sold at the annual Red Hot auction, which is the museum's primary fundraiser of the year. The auction takes place from about September 20th to the 21st, and if you're interested in learning more about the Red Hot auction, you can find more on museumofglass.org. Here Ben just picks up the goblet with the goblet fork before putting it into the annealer, where the piece will cool down for around 16 hours to get to room temperature. Can we please get a round of applause for that amazing goblet? So we put the glass inside of the annealer so that it doesn't crack or break. If we were to just leave that goblet out in the open, it would explode in the open air. You guys might have seen earlier, Gabe touched a piece of hot glass on a pipe to a cold piece of glass on the floor, and it just cracked and exploded. So that is exactly why we keep all of our glass in this annealer, so that it can slowly bring it down to temperature over time to keep it protected. If you guys have any more questions, I'd be happy to answer them. That's a great question. So, if the glass piece is bigger than the size of a annealer, you'd have to get a specialized type of annealer that can accommodate that size of glass. If you were to anneal a piece of glass the size that is bigger than any of these annealers, it could take up to years to anneal something of that size. So everything that we make, it can take up to hours to days to weeks to even years, depending on the size and thickness of the glass. So like these delicate goblets that we're making today, these take only about 16 hours to come down to room temperature. But if you were making a big, thick piece that's solid, that would take a lot longer. So we do have some glass pieces that were some casted pieces that we held in our back annealers for about a month and a half. So a very, very long time. But you know what they say, the longer you wait, the higher the reward is. And those pieces definitely did turn out very beautiful. So it was all worth it. So here on the middle bench, you'll notice Ben is creating the cup part of the goblet. He's using the diamond shears to cut off any excess glass while simultaneously stretching the bulb to create the right shape. So here, Gabe is blowing into the pipe while Ben is just pushing it on center and shaping the top with his jacks. While we're blowing glass, it's important to keep steady turning on the pipe so the cylindrical force is helping the glass expand as we blow into it. Because the glass is so hot, if we were to stop turning, the glass would just fall off center and eventually fall onto the floor. Can we please see the glory hole slide? You'll notice the glass artist uses the glory hole as a reheating chamber to keep the glass warm. The glory hole doesn't contain any glass and is about 21 to 2300 degrees. Similar to the annealer, if we left the glass out of the glory hole for too long, it would get way too cold and it would just crack, pop, or explode. Here, Sarah just applied a small piece of glass to the bottom of the cup that will act as a base to attach to the stem. So here Ben just gathered some glass out of the furnace and is now shaping it up on the marver. The marver acts as a shaping tool and also a tool to cool down the glass so that when he blows air into the pipe, it rapidly expands inside of that glass. Ben now uses the diamond shears to cut off any excess glass while stretching out the bulb. While Ben is creating the jack line in the piece, Sarah blows up the bulb to expand and round out the shape. The jack line acts as the initial break-off point for the piece so that we can transfer the piece from one pipe to the other and work on the other side of the glass. Once again, you guys, my name is Katie, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have today. So here Ben uses the back of the jacks to shape the back of that glass so that it's a little bit cooler than the front and also has that tapered shape that you see on the goblets on the light box. Here Sarah's just attaching a small piece of glass onto the base of the bulb that will act as sort of a connection point to the next piece of glass. Here on the marver, Gabe is just creating a punty with a small piece of glass. A punty is a piece of glass that we use on a separate rod to attach to the main piece of glass so that we can transfer the glass to the next rod and work on the opposite side. So here Ben just attaches the punty and will very, very lightly tap the piece of the glass to remove it from the pipe before putting it into the glory hole. So here Ben is just using the tweezers to pinch out the lip of the glass before trimming it with the straight shears. This action allows the glass to stretch out to create a thinner and more even lip. Now Ben just uses the jacks to open up the cup while Gabe just paddles it with the paddle to create a nice even lip. He now uses this tool called the Partrovies, which are similar to the jacks, although they're made out of wood. This allows him to further open up the cup and reach deeper into the glass to kind of expand the deeper parts. So now Sarah is bringing the preheated tray over to the moil so they can transfer the cup into the garage to be attached later as one entire goblet. Spank gathers a fresh gather out of the furnace before letting it cool down and blowing a bubble into it. So once again, we are creating goblets for the Museum of Glass's annual Red Hot auction. This is the museum's primary fundraiser for the year, where each year we create an exclusive goblet and decanter design to be sold off at the auction. The annual Red Hot Gala happens each year in September from the 20th to the 21st. If you're interested in learning more about Red Hot, you can learn more at museumofglass.org. So here Sarah attaches a fresh piece of glass onto the bottom of the cup, which will provide as a connection point for the stem later on in the process. So here Gabe creates a punty on the marver. A punty is a small piece of glass on the end of a punty rod that we use to attach the main piece of glass to the punty rod. We use a punty so that we can work on the opposite side of the glass later on in the process. Now that we're working on the opposite side of the bulb, Ben uses the tweezers to pinch out the lip of the cup and trim it with the straight shears. This action allows him to lengthen the neck of the cup, as well as providing a thinner and more even lip. He now uses a tool called the Soffietta to expand the glass from inside using air. When we have a piece of glass on a blowpipe, we're allowed to blow through the pipe, which is hollow, to expand the glass. But once it's on the punty rod, we can't blow through the solid pipe, so we have to use the tool, the Soffietta, to supplement that air. Ben then uses the jacks to open up the cup and further shape the design. Ben now uses a tool called the Portrovies to further shape the glass from the inside and the outside. You'll notice these look similar to the jacks, although they're made of wood. The shape of the Portrovies allows a rounded shape instead of a hard straight line. Once again, my name is Katie, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have today. Ben is now using a torch to heat that punty so it does not crack. Yeah, what's your question? That's a great question. So inside the furnace, it holds a big pot of glass that sits at about 2100 degrees. So these furnaces that run in here run 24/7, 365. So they're always running, always that temperature. Definitely uses up a lot of gas. However, when it comes to our glory holes where we reheat the glass, those are about 21 to 2300 degrees, and those do get turned off at the end of the night. So here Ben is just starting out with a fresh gather of glass that he marvers to shape and then blows air into. This creates the initial starter bubble, which is the base for every blown piece in the hot shop. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? You'll notice that the artist is periodically reheating the glass inside of the glory hole. This acts as a reheating chamber that allows us to keep the glass at a suitable temperature so it does not crack or explode. Its temperature is kept at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit and is powered by natural gas and forced air. He then uses a tool called the jacks to create two lines in the cup. The closest line here is called the jack line. This serves as the initial break-off point so that we can remove the piece of glass later in the process onto a different rod, allowing us to work on the opposite side. So you'll notice Sarah is gathering out of the furnace. Could we please see the furnace diagram? So everything we do in the hot shop starts by gathering out of the furnace. So inside of the furnace is a ceramic crucible that holds up to 1,000 pounds of glass. This glass sits at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit and runs 24/7, 365. This furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air and is the start for every piece made in the hot shop. So here Gabe applies a small piece of glass to the bottom of the cup called a punty. The punty allows us to break the glass off so that we can work on the other side of the glass. Once again, we're creating these goblets for our annual Red Hot auction. The Red Hot auction is the Museum of Glass's main fundraiser throughout the year. So each year, an exclusive goblet and decanter are designed. Can we please see some of the past goblet and decanter designs? So you'll notice each of these goblet and decanters is unique but beautiful in their own way. Over here on this light box, you can see the example of the decanters that we made the other day and the finished goblets that we'll be making today. There's a seahorse stem detail and the blue cerulean color on the decanters. Our annual Red Hot Gala happens every September around the 20th to the 21st. If you're interested in learning more, you can see about that on museumofglass.org. Ben then uses a tool called the Soffietta to expand the glass from the inside. When the glass is on the blowpipe, we can just blow through the hollow pipe to expand the glass. But once it's on the solid punty rod, we have to blow the air in from the outside. So here Ben uses a tool called the jacks to open up the goblet from the inside. Ben also uses a tool called the parchovies to further shape the inside of the goblet. The parchovies allow for a rounded shape to be created instead of a straight line like the jacks. Now together, using the parchovies and the paddle, they create a nice straight lip for that goblet. Now Ben just uses the matte gas torch to add some heat to that punty so that when he transfers it from the pipe to the tray, it does not crack or explode. That piece of the goblet then goes into this machine that we call the garage, which keeps the pieces separately hot so that we can assemble them all together later in the process. Hello everybody, my name is Katie and I'll be your MC for the day. Today we're creating goblets for the museum's annual Red Hot auction. Every year, an annual exclusive goblet and decanter are designed. Our annual Red Hot Gala takes place September 19th. You can learn more at museumofglass.org if you are interested. So as you can see, the goblet example on the left and right light box here, there's a seahorse that functions as the stem. So currently right now, Ben is creating the seahorse design that will be on the goblet. So what you guys have just witnessed here, Ben has gotten a fresh gather of glass, which he rolled into the powdered color, which we call frit. He then puts the glass into a mold, which gives it vertical ribbed lines. So everything here in the hot shop starts inside the furnace. As you can see right now, Gabe is gathering out of the furnace, which holds a ceramic crucible that contains up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. This glass sits at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit and has a certain texture that is comparable to honey. So right now what you're seeing here is that fresh gather of molten glass was applied to the seahorse on a roller wrap that spins the pipe around, creating a wraparound texture on that seahorse. So with the vertical lines from the mold and the horizontal lines from the wrap, it melts in to create a beautiful crosshatch pattern similar to the texture on a seahorse. Once again, my name is Katie and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. Can we please see the glory hole slide? You'll notice the glass artist reheats the glass periodically inside the glory hole, which functions as a reheating chamber to keep the glass at a comfortable temperature. The glory hole sits at about 2,300 degrees. If we leave the glass out of the furnace or the glory hole for too long, it cools down and is shocked by the room temperature air. We keep the glass warm to keep it from cracking, popping, or exploding. And at the end of the process, we put the glass into the annealer so that it can cool down over a long period of time. So here Sarah's just applying a small piece of glass onto the bottom of the seahorse that will function as the connection point to the base later on in the process. So here Sarah attaches a piece of glass called a punty to the bottom of the seahorse. This allows us to break the piece of glass off from the main pipe onto the punty rod so that we can work on the other side of the seahorse. So now Ben just uses a tool called the diamond shears to further stretch out the seahorse and cut off any excess glass. So here Gabe just gathers a little piece of glass out of the furnace before bringing it to the box to collect some gold leaf that is on the table. This bit then gets heated up in the glory hole and will be placed on the seahorse to act as the accent bits. Once again, you guys, my name is Katie, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. So here you'll notice Gabe brings over a metal tray. We use this to transport the glass seahorse into the garage, where it will be kept at a warm temperature to be assembled to the entire goblet later on in the process. So here that bit of glass with the gold detailing on it gets applied to the seahorse before being crimped down to create those fins. Once again, we're creating the goblet for the annual Red Hot auction. Every year, an annual exclusive goblet and decanter are designed. These designs can be purchased at the Red Hot auction, which is the museum's primary fundraiser of the year. Can we please see some past designs of the goblets? So here you'll notice every design is unique and equally beautiful. You can see some of the examples of the decanters and the goblets that will be available at the Red Hot auction this year. The auction takes place September 19th, and if you're interested in learning more, you can do so at museumofglass.org. So next, Gabe preheats the metal tray so that we can transfer the seahorse from the pipe into the garage where it will be assembled as the goblet. So once again right here, we're just starting the process of creating another goblet, beginning with the connecting piece to that foot. So here Ben is just using the jacks to open up the foot of that cup to give that nice angled shape that allows it to sit on the table. So here a combination of the jacks and the paddle are used to give the nice flattened even shape of the goblet's foot. So here Sarah applies a punty onto the bottom of the cup. Applying a punty allows us to break the piece off and work on the other end of it. So once again, Gabe applies a hot piece of glass to the end of the connection point to act like a piece of glue to stick to the stem of the goblet. So here Gabe applies a small piece of glass to the inside of the goblet so that it can be transferred over to the rest of the piece. So once again, Sarah applies a small piece of hot glass to the top of the stem to act as a piece of glue to attach the goblet. A small tap and the goblet comes right off. From here, the goblet goes back into the garage so that it can be kept at a comfortable temperature before being worked on later on. Now Ben will gather up a small piece of glass to attach to the bottom of the goblet so it can be further worked on. So once again, the glass blowers are starting another goblet. Everything that happens here in the hot shop starts in the furnace. Inside the furnace, there's a large ceramic crucible that holds up to 1,000 pounds of glass. This glass is set at about 2100 degrees and stays running 24/7. You'll notice Gabe takes this gather of glass before blowing a bubble into it and cutting a line in with the jacks. This piece of glass is going to be the foot for the goblet. So as Gabe serves the foot, he blows into it to really adhere that connection to the bottom of the glass. Next, Ben uses a tool called the jacks to cut in a line so he can get rid of the extra glass that he doesn't need while lengthening the foot. Because that metal tool is so cold up against the hot glass, just a small tap of the tweezers is all that's needed to remove that piece of glass. Next, he goes in with that same tool, the jacks, to open up the inside of the foot and flare it out just like you see on the goblet on the light box. With the jacks and the paddle, they can shape the foot to be completely flat before further flaring it out to the shape desired. Sarah then gathers out of the furnace to collect a fresh gather of glass. She turns this glass into a punty. A punty is something we use in the hot shop to transfer one piece of glass to another rod so that the other side is available to work on. Next, Gabe gathers a fresh piece of glass and attaches it to the connection point to act like a piece of glue to adhere the seahorse to the foot. Next, they take the seahorse from the garage and gently attach it to the foot of the goblet. So here we're just putting the finishing touches on the goblet to solidify it before knocking it off into the annealer, where it'll cool from this temperature down to room temperature over a period of 16 hours.
we're making a set of 50 of these for our annual auction in the fall.
So everything we do here in the hot shop starts in the furnace. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So the furnace holds a ceramic crucible that contains up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. So this molten glass is about 2,100 degrees and it runs 24/7, 365. So because molten glass has a certain texture and thickness, it adheres to itself and allows us to build up multiple layers of the glass. So here Ben is just starting out by creating the small connection point, which will hold the foot in just a moment. So Gabe takes that fresh gather out of the furnace and rolls it on the marver to cool it down while shaping it to put a bubble inside of it. Next, he carves in a jack line so that he can cut this piece of glass off later on. Next, Gabe serves this blown foot onto the connection point while puffing a little bit of air to really seal in that connection. So typically, if it's in this pile right here, we don't typically reuse it back in the furnace, but hypothetically we could because it is clear glass. Yeah, exactly. So next, Ben just uses the jacks to open up the foot of that goblet. Using the paddle and the jacks, they're able to create a mold that'll shape that glass into the thin, slightly angled shape that allows it to sit on top of the table. Next, Sarah just adds a punty to the bottom of this goblet so that we can transfer the piece off and work on the opposite side of it. Can we please see some examples of the past goblets and decanters? So as we mentioned before, today we're creating the goblets for the Red Hot auction. So on the screen here, you'll see some of the past designs that have been made for this auction. You'll notice that each piece is unique and special, but beautiful in its own way. So today here, you can see here's the finished example. So we have the seahorse as the stem. This has like a nice golden color with some tiny gold flakes that you can see up close. And the decanter is this transparent cerulean blue color with these glass detailings on the outside. So next, Gabe adds a hot piece of glass to the end of that connection point that acts like a piece of glue to attach the stem to the goblet. So next, Ben just attaches the seahorse stem to that glue bit of glass. And now we are halfway through this goblet. So here we're just attaching another glue bit of glass that will attach the cup part of the goblet to the stem and the foot. Just the gentlest tap releases the punty from the inside of the goblet. And here we have what looks to be the finished version of the goblet. Ben just adds some minor adjustments to make sure that this goblet is just as perfect as the rest. Next, they just gently tap it into the goblet fork, where they transfer it to the annealer, where it cools down to room temperature over a period of 16 hours.